Hello, board members. How we doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Well, I hope. As it is Puzzle Sunday, we are going to be continuing the module of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, where we're in the middle of, I'm going to go with Chapter 2, Book 2, Issue Episode 2, something along those lines. And we're in the middle of investigating a murder of one person was murdered, but apparently in two different locations at the same time, which is interesting. Our kid, welcome. Been a little while. How you doing? Hopefully everything is looking and working okay. I can't tell what that is. Is it a window? Is that an open window? How's there? How goes it? Fine. I'm fine. It's been a weird day, but overall I'm fine. I'm gonna go with fine. Final answer. Yeah. So we're in the middle of an investigation, in which, and I hope everyone else is doing well. Our kid, Ika, I hope you're doing well. I hope you had good days. But we're in the middle of an investigation where one of the district prosecutors was killed by the head of, or no, I'm sorry. A police detective was killed by the head of this district's prosecutors, and which was witnessed by another former police officer who was kicked off the force. But it turns out that this police officer also was on tape being killed in another location at the same exact time. Middle of an investigation in which you want to slap everyone. Well, that's been an ongoing problem. I've wanted to slap basically everyone the whole time we've been playing this. But so we, the defense attorney for the accused, who is in fact the head of the prosecution for this district of the city or whatever, has to go and do the investigation ourselves to figure out what's going on and how this man was killed in two different places at the same time. Yes, that is right. The defense attorney, for some reason, has to do the investigation into this potential weird double murder, double jeopardy situation. Not the police, not the investigators, no. The defense attorney has to go and do his own investigation. Doesn't make any sense. But that's where we're at now. That's where we're at. We're in the, we're doing our, forget it. I'll do it myself stage of policing from this universe, which is completely busted and doesn't make any amount of sense. Oh, I don't know. I hope things start getting... I've been told that as things go forward, they're going to get better. And that's all I can hope for at this point. That's all I can hope for, is I can hope that things are going to get better. That's it. That's all I can do. Because if things are going the way they're going, I don't know. It is currently a bit of a trudge continuing through this with as obscure and... what's the term? Not obtuse. If something's clear and you can see through it, it's what is it? Opaque? As opaque and difficult to parse what they want from me in some of these trials, despite screaming 6 different correct things at it, it's starting to wear me out. A bit. I think we left off... I'm trying to remember now. I think we were trying to talk to the head of the police department, the chief of police or whatever, who happens to also have a name making maybe a reference to the fact he's a demon. We're back at our law office. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the... Okay, wait. Is this the right one? This might not be the right one. Hold on. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, okay, I thought we were, okay, further along than this. Wrong one, my fault. Yeah, here we go. This is the Detective Marshal's Wild West themed security room or whatever. Receive from, okay, so we're still looking for him. Oh yeah, the luminol stuff. This makes me wonder. No, I don't need to look at it. I want to use it. How do I? No, I know how. I know this. No, there's a way to use it. I don't remember what the button is now. Let's check profile. Is it a button? Oh, maybe I have to examine. Hold on. So many of the buttons in this are so bizarre and obtuse that it's really, really hard to remember what button does what. That's not what I wanted. Well, let me see. Oh, there's not even... How... Actively killing me. This is the kind of thing I was hoping not to have to deal with right now. I'm having enough of a weird brain day that this is not what I'm looking forward to. Spray to use. Okay, E. Okay, there's just a button. I'm wondering if there's like blood of the body being dragged out or something. I'm not seeing anything though. Okay, it seems like, yeah, it seems like there's nothing in here. I was hoping maybe if a body did in fact get dragged out of the evidence storage room, blood on the cactus. I mean, that would be funny if you found it and be like, well, that's odd. There's just a little bit of blood here. Someone must have pricked their finger. I'm like, oh, wait. Wait a second. What? What is happening? Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Wow, they did it. They actually called that out. I was joking. I think me and Ika were both making jokes here. But no, that actually happened, Ika. We did it. They actually did the thing I requested that they do, which is make the joke that someone fell into the cactus and got blood on it. They actually did the darn thing. Well, can't help that, can you? Now the question becomes, where else can we find weird splats of blood? Is there any blood on this statue? Are either of you bloody? Do either of you have blood in your bodies, by chance? Oh yeah, it doesn't look like we've got anything else. Just random blood on like a side of a window. Alright. Okay, so I can go back inside, right? Underground parking, criminals affair. Okay, this guy's still here. We've talked to him about everything. I don't think there was any... Wait, hold on. I see one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know that the killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will suspect a cassette tape in this day and age. Huh? He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Okay, that was the same... It's a different line, but the same thing that was going on last time. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. Okay, specific, but alright. Alright. So nothing belonged to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. handwritten document dated 2/21. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Well, we've got this 2/21 thing again going on. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. I tried. Why did the module just scold me for doing something I can't do? Is that what you're telling me right now? Are you seriously telling me you're getting mad at me for some? I can't. What? Okay, can I use this now then? I don't need to look at it. Just let me. What does it want me to... Okay. Okay. I gotta find the guy. Maybe he's back in the underground parking lot or something. I don't... See, this is the exact thing I'm talking about. I have 9 ways to get into that stupid room, but I have to find the one obtuse one that they've hidden somewhere in one of these search rooms at this point. This is why I'm talking about I really, really, really hope this gets better. Because right now I am dying. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha, the theory of relativity. What? Gotta write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German or was he British? Mr. Relativity. Are you sure that was his name? Alright, well that was a conversation we had. So that's where Miss Starr saw the incident from. You can probably see quite a lot from up there. Probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security guard, anyway? Well, this is just something I heard, but apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Starr. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. See, what I'm confused about... I mean, maybe it's high enough up in the air that you could see over the top of it, but if the murder took place here, I don't know how well she would have been able to see... Yeah? Yeah, I don't understand how she could have seen... I guess she could have seen just the top of it? But the same argument on that she wouldn't have seen her using the phone is the same argument you can make on her not stabbing over here. Also, if you look at this barrel, this water barrel she supposedly knocked over to spill water to clean up the blood. If she spilled water over here, I don't think the water would have washed over this area. Like, there's a lip on this, unless it literally washed up over this and then jumped this gap to get over here to, like, clean up this blood. I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe they're just trying to explain why there's no blood here so they don't get, like, a higher, what do you call it? Like, rating on violence or whatever, you know? It can stay E for everyone because there's no real violence, whereas if there was blood, it would go up to, like, 8+ or whatever. Okay, so we've looked at, like, all the stuff. I understand there's no clues here. Okay, I guess I just gotta start presenting people things. What do you think about this? Cell 9 isn't written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really. That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon was due from transferal the day they were killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Okay, I mean, I know we've talked to her about this before. Okay. Is there something else? Maybe I can present her this? Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? Oh, okay. No. Okay, so yeah, that's just her generic, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then you have to sit through all of that instead of her just saying, no, I'm not interested. Then I think we, yeah, we sprayed this down before. And examined that already. So where is... Is he just, like, here somewhere? Well, here, let's check something else. Since we've already found random blood other places, I guess it's officially time where we just start spraying everything down with luminol and hoping for random hits of blood. Nothing in here. So if someone was murdered in here, they did a very good job of cleaning it up. Detention center. Oh yeah, then we got this guy. Maybe I can present him with the slip? Officer American, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. You should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. There's a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Okay. Spray his face? I mean, why not? Oh, he goes away. I don't think I can. Yeah, they take him away as soon as I try to go into examine to, like, look at things. So no luck. We tried it. We can spray this guard who doesn't move. We can spray him in the face. I think we talked to you already. Yeah. Is there someplace else? What am I missing? I swear we presented, like, all of this to him. I assume this represents the blood? Okay, present him with this photo. Nope, nothing. No, I don't want to look at the phone. One knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Again, this 4 p.m. thing is clearly going to be important. What about this? Do you know anything about this? Nope, you sure don't. Okay. You want this steak? Nope. Document dated. Okay, Okay, it's gotta be something to do with this guy then. There's definitely not a demon. Not a demon at all. Wait, where did that come from? What? 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 I guess we needed to get the slip of paper from the head lieutenant or whatever. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is killing me right now. Oh my god. This is terrible. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright-O asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. He stares at us longingly with his weird demon eyes. Now, Wright-O. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Wright-O, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow 50 bucks? I'd give him 50 bucks, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Hee hee. It looks pretty cool, my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID card. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. Is she actively mocking this other cop? I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Alright, let's finally go do this. I think I have to do it from the front here. Yeah, I have to leave the building and then walk into the building to go into this other part of the building, apparently. Why? Why could you not just have these next to each other? Is it just lazy? Or did you just refuse to put another... Literally to program in the pathing from one picture to another picture? Because all this is a still picture, by the way. Whatever. How do I get into this now? The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Grant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's sky so gray? Officer Marshall? Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. Okay. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw. That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw. Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Beep. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy, then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Alright, well, we're supposed to present him with this steak to calm him down. To put Officer Marshall in a good mood. Present. That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. No, it doesn't. Texas would never smell like this. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other... You sick... I'm gonna hit him in the face with, like, a branding iron shaped like Texas. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? Bonk this guy? Oh god, I wish I could. What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch? I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask him anything snack. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Okay, great. Alright, what do you have to talk about? Okay, let's talk about the guard station, I guess. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station? Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. What? I assume he means a motorcycle? No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Okay. Marshall, I guess tell us about you. Mr. Art told us something. He said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. That's a very specific kind of image. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad hand of poker. I can't let it go. Does a bad hand of poker smell bad? Is that a thing? I mean, I know it smells, I guess, fishy or whatever, but you're kind of, that's a really long stretch of a double metaphor. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There's some things you're better off not knowing, Vampina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Hey, tell me about the security system. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Vampina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest one to understand are those here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. What? What? Every few hours they're automatically erased? What if you don't know there was a break-in until the next day? Are you high? What is... Oh my god. So this whole universe is just built around the concept of criminals being able to do whatever they want and blame anybody else for it and getting away with it. This is literally a universe run by the mob or something. It doesn't make any sense. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID that passes through. All 7s, that's a convenient one. So this ID card reader... Oh, this ID card recorded. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah, 221. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. What? The whole Japarican government? Yeah, it doesn't... of course... You're telling me that the record of the people going into the murder room is not related to the case of the murder? That's what you're telling me? Okay. Transferal. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence for solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the preceding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. At the county? That says, am I reading that right? County sheriff? That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Okay, so it can't be every 2 years. It has to be every 2 years and then to next February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Okay. Let's see. Do you know anything about this? Sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. Excuse me, what now? Well, the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. Aha, but that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so? Huh, I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. I mean, that's what I just tried to present him was evidence, but okay. He's back in the Wild West. Okay. So whatever evidence we have... Oh, I guess I can... Oh, I can actually look at this. Bruce Goodman, 221, date 221, date lost. So he lost this the same day. ID... 5-9. What? Wait. Isn't his ID... Yeah, it's 5-8. Okay, this further... I guess this means that he lost his ID card? Maybe he was filling out the paperwork for his lost ID, which we found inside of his stolen wallet? Maybe that's what that's supposed to represent? Okay, you don't know what this is. What about this? What about this? Okay, maybe we have to only present him evidence that we get out of the room or something. Okay, let's move into the evidence room. Oh, I wonder if this is the stuff from the lake incident. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quite... The investigation must be over here. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. What? Huh? Eek! Whoa! Did we just get knocked unconscious? What just happened? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please, do look like a selfish man. Okay. Go ahead and investigate, okay? Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone 50 bucks? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. That makes sense. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Alright. What do you got to say? Boss for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're a boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, too, Detective Gumshoe. Ah, of course. I'm a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Oh. Okay, that explains why they needed to steal his ID card. Considering he's a demon, he'd lend you $50 at a 10,000% daily interest? Yeah, exactly. Alright, Edgeworth. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate? Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, the case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Hey, evidence lockers. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card. Using their ID card, question mark? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That looks like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Wow, there is a lot going on here. Like, why is there paint and a saw in here? What's going on with this? I don't recognize this person. The only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handle, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock? If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record. Only the assigned detective's print can unlock it. Indicator lamps light up when it opens. Okay. So we need to talk about this SL9 incident. Detective Goodman's note. And the switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case? Question mark? Do you know anything about this? Let me say one thing. Speaking as a detective, if I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Okay. Shoe. Nope. Picture. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. That is a very different thing. Cell phone. Nothing. The paper. Detective Goodman's note and the knife. Okay. Nurse was a man to be feared. This is not over with. Maybe there are some loose ends left in the case. Okay, so that... What about this guy? This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. It was I, Von Karma, welcome. It was I, Manfred Von Karma, who killed Bruce Goodman. The great, the great Von Karma strikes again. Well, that's impressive, considering I think you're supposed to already be in jail for another murder. But that's impressive that you were able to escape from prison, murder this person, then go back and no one noticed. You truly are the great Von Karma, then. But welcome. Shh. They're not going to hear me. This is all pre-recorded, obviously. I can talk at the movie. But welcome. But how are you doing, Von Karma? How is, like, not being in prison treating you? This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony. But there was a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was a shameful or something like that? Shameful? I toiled night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Well, the biggest issue is it's moving around when the place is crowded full of people, so it's kind of a safety issue, I think. If it starts like wobbling its arm around and hits somebody, that would be bad. So they're probably just moving it out of the way. It doesn't have to be shameful. There's no reason to be rude, is what I'm saying. Anything about the weapon? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife. Huh. What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone must have, someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth? That would make some amount of sense, yes. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Okay. I used Wright's spiky head as a form of escape via tunnel. It worked fairly well. I believe it. As hard as those spikes are, you could easily do like a Shawshank and just like use his head to like scrape the mortar between the blocks out and like make yourself a nice hole to climb out with. I believe that 100%. Was his hair that spiky? It's unreasonably spiky. No, you don't have anything to say about the luminol. Anything about the evidence room? No, nothing about the evidence room. Okay, well, I mean, it looks like exactly what I kind of thought it looked like. All right. It's a little small, though. Can open lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in the lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Yeah, it is a mystery. You're not wrong. SL9 incident. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder. A serial killing. Oh, serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all? But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors? About forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleaned up with a transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife? The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? We're not gonna ask any more questions about that, huh? Okay. All right. Well, let's examine the room. Let's take in the space that we're working with. But yeah, this looks like stuff left over from the lake incident in the first chapter or first book or whatever. This looks new to me though. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Fair, actually. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. It's true, we used that to solve a case. That actually, Von Karma might recognize, if you're in chat still, Von Karma, you might recognize this particular metal detector. It interacted with you quite closely and was the master stroke of our putting you in prison. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? Can't judge a person or a machine by the cover. You gotta look at their heart. Okay. I think that covers everything on... Oh, the door. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. Wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. And is Gumshoe, by the way. Oh, this is closed now. Why is this closed now and they had it open before? What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Well, we already know what the inside kind of looks like because they showed us. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here in the evidence room. That... What? You're not worried about this paint in any way contaminating any of the evidence in this room, and I don't even mean to this case, I mean in general. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from The Case. The Case? SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? More bonkage, yeah. The pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence? Take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give it up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, the pieces look like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Okay. So, do I have to choose? Okay, I need to choose and then rotate. Nope, I'm looking for something with a little bit more of an edge on it. Puzzles in your puzzle module, right? Okay, so that is not correct. Okay, is there a way for me to... Oh, no. Like this? Ah, okay, yeah. Angles on these are a little strange. Okay, so it's not that one. Might be that one? It's really hard to tell the edge on this. No, rotate it. Thank you. From this straight on perspective. Because I mean, okay, that did work. Okay. Okay, that works. Nope. That one? Okay, that one. That is a very vague angle you're giving me on that. I can't really tell if some of the pieces are missing. Let's just try to put the pieces... No, I didn't want to leave. No. No, examine this. I swear to God. I didn't want to leave. I'm trying to rotate the thing so I can actually look at it. Take a closer look. I cannot believe they ejected me all the way out of that. Oh, you sick, sick jerk faces. I think it was this one. Unbelievable. Bonk the module. The amount of bonking we'd have to do would be infinite. It would become meta bonking. I would start having to bonk the creators. It would turn into a complete complete nonsense. Oh. Wait, was it this one? No, it can't be, right? Oh, maybe it was the really narrow piece. Okay, yeah. Also, some of these sizes and stuff don't make a lot of sense. This, maybe? Ah, okay, it was. Yeah, this one's got a larger, so that. Nope. No. Okay, that one. Okay. Okay, there's definitely some pieces missing. Huh. Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. No. No, it doesn't. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Like, this part looks like a coat rack or something. Like, you're meant to hang something off of this. That has to be upside down. That's kind of what I was thinking too, but I don't think that makes it more... I don't think that makes any more sense. Unless the bottom of this is open and you're meant to put, like, this is like a staff base, like you're meant to put a staff into this or something. I think it's a vase, but it's so narrow. How would you can only put like one flower at a time in it. I mean, the top you could probably put, if you left it this way for putting flowers in and such. Yeah, I know what you mean, but like, if you leave it this way, you could put flowers in it, but it'd be incredibly unbalanced. If you flip it upside down, it would be more balanced because of the bigger base, but this top part would be so small that you could only fit like a couple of flowers into it. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Can I look at that? Hold on. I want to inspect this. Okay, so there is a hole in the bottom. Okay, so that does look better. Like, this definitely looks more like how it should actually be sitting. That's a very small opening for flowers. Also, the fact that the bottom and top are both open would mean it wouldn't work well for flowers. Because then the water would just run out. We'll have to figure out exactly what that is. We'll have to come back to that. Let's keep examining. Put these pieces together, it makes a jar. Two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it's broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. I think there was an examine spot for the top. Oh, was there? Oh, I can examine the blood. Hey, look, they're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood? Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. Star was evidence in an SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it? Okay. Here we go. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? I mean, that is a very specific thing to point out, yes. Okay, so that looks like the last. I was hoping maybe I could investigate this and it'd tell me what it is, but... Okay, so we can... I wonder if they're going to actually update the info about this, that it's maybe not a bottomless, or not a jar. And for the at the crime scene, a piece is missing. Okay, so no. Oh, this is also part of the SL9 incident. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Okay. Ooh, wait. What was that? Wait, oh, is it just the... Oh, maybe it was... No. Activate the... The access SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case? You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag? Zag? Zag, is that a word? Or zog? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word module now? Can I look inside of it? Can we make sure it's actually empty? Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with genetic Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Okay. Alright, so let's do a little bit of Yield's blood spraying. So we can, you know, look at this. Oh, God. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? He is not telling us anything we don't know. It's just the fact that the police officer who loves the police is suddenly telling us don't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Bonk? Bonk everything. There isn't enough bonking in the world to cover all the bonking that needs to go on. Okay, here's the blood. God. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. Not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I wanted an opinion from you of a professional police officer who had, was a crime scene investigator. Not one of a complete idiot who doesn't understand how, basic crime scene investigations go. I'm looking for, like, bloody footprints. I really expected there to be, like, bloody footprints somewhere. Or more blood on the walls and stuff. Okay. There is not nearly enough blood in here for the amount of blood that they said was spilled. Okay. I can't talk about... Okay. Huh. Blood. Okay, it looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright. We should use your testing fluid to check it out. We already did that. Are we... Did I miss something? Can I use this glove? Wait, can I talk to him? Hold on, hold on. Can I talk to you? Can you open your locker? What about this? Let me say one thing about... Okay, no. Okay, he doesn't care. No, I don't want to examine it. I want to present it. Nope. Doesn't care about that either. Huh. Can I look? Okay, well, they said it's empty. Did I hit the glove with the luminol, right? So he got stabbed. And then someone left this handprint here. Huh. Okay. Also, by the way, this is a different evidence room than the one from the first chapter. Or the first book. In the first book, we went into the evidence storage room where we were tasered by Von Karma, and this is not what it looked like at all. So this is a little bit of a retcon from the first one. The first one was a more, I would feel like, authentic take on an evidence collection room, where it was mostly just shelves and boxes. This is incredibly high tech and doesn't make a lot of sense. This is more like a personal locker room than it is the evidence locker room for anywhere. Alright, I guess that's everything, but I don't know who to go talk to next. Anything? Found a Mr. Edgeworth's car? Okay. Goodman's autopsy report. No, nothing about that. Cell phone. Nothing about that. There's a note in the knife. Nothing. Shoe. Nope. Wait. What is... Why are you letting me check this if I can't actually do anything with it? Is there a way for me to, like, luminol? Where does it match? If you can open it, it'll give you 50 cents. But all Detective Goodman was stabbed here after the opening his locker. Same time as okay. Oh. Okay, wait. No, there's literally nothing I can do here. Okay. I guess that's it. I mean, we hosed this place down in luminol. We found this, which is concerning, but no one else seems to have found it, despite it being a clearly visual, obviously there, bloody handprint. I guess that's it then. Oh, wait. Interesting. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must have been evidence for some case. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Make me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet the evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. No, we're calling you out to your face about how stupid you are. That's what's going on here. You're not doing a good job, and I don't appreciate it. Alright, I guess that's it. I don't know what else I can't present him with anything else. We looked at everything, and we covered the whole place in luminol. I guess we'll move back and see if there's something else to talk to. No. Presents. You know anything about this? No. No, you sure don't. What about this? Nope. I don't care about the glove. What about this? Nope. Evidence locker room. Nope. Sure didn't. Okay. Nothing else to talk about? Nope. Alright. I guess we'll move back to police department. And then we can go into criminal affairs department. Oh, he's gone. We can't actually talk to him again. Okay. Huh. Can I go to... Okay, I can talk to you. Can I present you with any of this? Can you take a look at this? You, yes. You said you wanted some... Okay, hot tea. That's not what I wanted. Nope. This. Every time I ask them a question about something that isn't related, they have to give me this long spiel. Just have them say no. This doesn't add anything. Or only have them do it once. Okay, I want to double check something. Okay, there was what's left of the blood. Again, I don't understand why there's no blood in the back of this car. Because there was a dead body in that car. There should be blood all inside the interior. But the only blood present is this little droplets right here. I still doesn't make any sense to me. And now we know they're not scared to put a whole, like, bunch of blood. So where did it go? What happened to it? Okay, maybe Edgeworth is back. No? No, I guess he's not. Alright. Well, let's go see if we can we present you with stuff? I'm sorry. Okay. This? Nope. One of these. Nope. Okay. Well, I guess we can go back to our office, but I don't know what good that's gonna do us. Wait, can I luminol our office? Wait, someone was murdered in this office. There's actually a non-zero chance that there's blood in here. Anything? Anything. Nothing? Okay, so what am I missing? I feel like we're not done in here, but... That's the victim's detective. Wait, that's the victim detective. Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's a card and secret numbers. I can never relax. It's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number, too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's wrong? What's the world coming to? Is Gumshoe rebel against the system? I think it's mostly just because he's lazy. Okay. What am I missing out? What else in here I'm missing? Maybe, hold on. Maybe I can go into the guard station and examine the monitors now? You sure have a lot of monitors in here. There's 8 cameras in the evidence room in all. 1 for each section. Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place? Why do cattle sit before the rains come? I'm not the man to know. It's not for man to know. Unless you're the security guard responsible. Okay, well, I tried. This cactus sure is prickly. It must be real. Best keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt. Billy? The cactus has a name? Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your head. On your hand. My rawhide cow skin 10-gallon hat. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it. Looks like it's got stuck on the spines and he can't get it off. That cactus has got supernatural powers if you can't pull that hat off of a cactus. You might need help, bud. A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... Those aren't pants. Those are chaps. And that's a poncho up there. Aha, a poncho. Sure looks cool, but the name is a little silly. I think you just insulted a whole language system, by the way. I could be wrong, but I think she just insulted, like, Spanish. Look, on the floor, it's a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. The cactus grew that hat? That would be amazing. I just wrote me a steer with this here lasso. What? It was bellowing moo, pal, moo. Okay, that's a decent way to describe Detective Gumshoe. Is he lassoed Detective Gumshoe and he said moo, pal, moo. I like that at least other characters are aware that Gumshoe says pal a lot. Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Not gonna question him about all these boos, huh? The evidence room is behind the door. I turned on the card reader. Go have yourself a ball, partners. I have the ID card. A real ID card. Let's get this investigation started already. Okay, the investigation has definitely already started. I know we're missing something, though. We have to be. What am I missing? What? This is blood. Okay. Is there something else I need to do with this? I mean, we've covered the rest of this room in luminol. Also, why did he tell us he turned the card reader on if Gumshoe was already in here? So did he lock Gumshoe in here by turning off the card reader? That seems rude. I mean, they don't seem to get along very well, but that still seems rude. I mean, there's just nothing else in here, right? I'm happy this is an infinite bottle of luminol, by the way. Huh. I mean, we've presented him everything. Tag evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Let me just say one thing. Oh. Okay, so that's got to be looking at the tag in the back. Rotate, zoom in. It definitely feels like we're one random little thing away from being done with whatever's going on here. I can't combine stuff, so I can't, like, spray this with luminol. I wish it'd let me. That would be nice. Only assigned to detectives prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Profile. Wait, maybe? Hold on. Patrolman with general affairs suspected of killing Goodman in the evidence room. District Chief of Police Damon Gant. Though he might not seem it, he's top dog in the PD. 65, really? Okay. Bruce Goodman, the victim and a good man. Detective. Wow. Detective in criminal affairs who handled the SL9 case. A patrolman investigating the incident at the prosecutor's office thinks he's a cowboy. Mysterious lunch lady witness to the murder known as the cough-up queen. There's nothing really going on here. A gifted prosecutor and a ruthless man who do anything to get a guilty verdict. Hold on. Oh, I can't rotate this one. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm missing. Because, I mean, we've presented him with basically everything too, right? See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? Number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card. Oh, okay. I had to present this evidence again for like the third time to this guy to get to see these records. Okay, that's what I was missing. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room? But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Or he was just handling the evidence and Meekins assumed the knife was, he was going to attack him with the knife. Meekins freaked out and attacked him and killed him in what he thought was self-defense, but was actually nothing? Was a misunderstanding? All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record added to the court record. IDs of all who entered the evidence room on 2/21. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Oh, okay, that's literally what we were missing then. Okay. Let's go talk to this guy. All right, Gumshoe, we got another thing for you to look at. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? ID card record updated in the court records. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Wait, what? Did you take a look at this? No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to actually look at the item this time. Oh, okay, so we got to figure out whose numbers these are. Oh, remember, they said that the murder could have happened anytime after 4. So any of these people involved could have been a suspect. Presumably that means, wait, this person came in twice. Shouldn't this in theory be Meekin's number, since he was the one who came in on Bruce Goodman in here? So Meekins came in at 4:50 and then came in again at 5:14. But Meekins wasn't a detective. Why was he even in there? Lucky number 7 coming in at 4:20. Yeah. I wonder if that's a joke or like an actual reference. But I don't understand why Meekins would have gone in there. Since he's not a detective, he wouldn't have had a locker. It's gonna turn out Meekins is like the son of one of the victims or like the serial killer from the SL9 incident who infiltrated the police department and came in here to get revenge. And he's playing it up as this schmuck who doesn't know what, like, you know, up from down. But in reality, he's a cold-hearted killer or something. And we're gonna find it out once he's on the stand. All right. I guess we'll go talk to other people. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, there's nobody in here anymore. Okay, I'm gonna present this to you, I guess, now, since you're the only other person I can talk to. Oliver Meekin, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, no idea what this is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck. Wait, what? What do you mean he doesn't know what this is? That's not okay. He should 100% recognize his own ID on here. How else did he get inside of the evidence locker or the evidence room? Did Detective Marshall slap him? Did Detective Marshall just let him in without an ID? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, what about you? You used to be a detective. Take a look at this. Yes. You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No. Okay, so... So do we need to go talk to Edgeworth now? No, he's still not here. Oh, I just realized that like the colors on this match his shirt. I didn't notice that until just now. It's the same pink and the frock on the front is the same as his jacket. Also, I guess it's technically the same as the drapery and the upholstery. What do you call that? Is that like a mauve? I don't know what color this is. What is this color? Like this reddish pink. I wonder. Burgundy? Yeah, I guess it would be a burgundy color. That makes sense. I mean, am I missing something else in here? Magenta? Magenta, yeah. I think burgundy is a little darker like a wine, so magenta might actually make more sense. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not up to much in chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh. The horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Towards surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. No, it's nothing. Colors? Yeah. I mean, I can describe it. Wait, what was this one? Whoa, what a view. It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. Guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump off this window, the speed at the time of impact would be... Got it. Approximately 70.71 miles per hour. It's handy to know. My, what an amazing bouquet. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I heard that name somewhere before. And here beside it, a giant steel samurai. Oh, I wanted one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy. Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? Oh, yeah, I forgot about this part. Yep. I remember we saw that before. Okay, so there's nothing really new in here, it doesn't seem like. It has such a comfy sofa. Stuff like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet the pores over his case files until the wee hours of the morning. And he takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves and goes to sleep using his arms as pillows. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. But in the morning, he has sofa hair and a little crease in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything new in here. This is an interesting whatever this is. I guess this is meant to be some kind of light fixture, but that's not even what it looks like. Alright, I don't know. No? I thought maybe I could talk to her about something new. Who else do I have I can talk to? There's no one here, right? We already talked to him about it. There's no one there. We talked to her about it. Do we need to go back to our office? No? We talked to him about it. He didn't have anything to say. Maybe I have to present it to Cowboy Man besides just the initial talk. Nope, he doesn't care. Okay. Huh. Well, there's nothing new there. We already presented that. What am I missing now? If the chief of police was still here, we could ask him about the sign-in paper, but that's not going to work. We presented this and this. We presented that. Did this. Did the autopsy report. What about this? A good one. Okay, that just goes with the switchblade. Some loose ends left of that case. Cell phone. No. I can't spray the cell phone with luminol. Wait, can I? No, not that. Zoom in, zoom out. Because I can open it. But, okay, there's the basic strap. And then I should be able to hit the home button or whatever. Yeah, I can't spray it with luminol, though. That way we could tell if there was blood prints on it, if there's fingerprints or blood prints or whatever on it. That would prove that she had blood on her hands when she used it. To call her sister about the muffler. Luminol? No, he doesn't know anything about that. No. Only assigned detectives' prints can unlock it. We can't talk to Edgeworth. We talk to everyone else. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Parking lot, number on this. Show us the ID record again. Okay, we already did this. Correct match. And then occurred. Say. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So he asked the detective to show his ID card, and what did he do? Then he suddenly pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? I don't think he was. I think he was just taking the evidence out of his evidence locker about the SL9 incident, one of which was a knife. Meekins freaked out and went into combat mode, apparently, and then killed him in, like, not self-defense? Those are other people. Yeah, I don't know what else we need to do. Because there's no one else to show this to. Criminal affairs. You don't want to talk. I've showed you everything else now. Edgeworth still isn't here. We luminalled the room already. There's so many random little things it could be. Oh no, I've already looked at him. And that. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey. That's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I better pry into them a little deeper. Wait, is that a new thing to talk about? No? Okay, that must have been something we've covered before then. Anything about this? I love how he instantly changes into his I have no idea face. Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay. I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. Second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. I think he just saw the weapon, the switchblade from the incident, and went into combat mode and killed whoever this was, or maybe didn't. We tried all that stuff. Eek. I scared of knives. Being peeled. Sorry, nothing. Okay. Are you sure you don't have anything to say about this? What am I missing? Underground parking. Criminal Affairs Department. How can I go straight to here from there? I can't do anything while I'm in here. I can't highlight anything. It really feels like I should be able to talk to Edgeworth now. But for some reason, it won't let me. Am I missing a button or something? Is that the problem? Why is this laptop like a different color than everything else? Is anyone else noticing this? Maybe he was an apple in his past life. Well, that would explain why he's an idiot. Before this, he was just a piece of random mindless fruit. But this laptop stands out in how bright it is compared to everything else. It must have something to do with the way the black is interacting with the red tint. I can't spray him hard enough in the face for it to matter. Or this guy working on his script for a movie or whatever. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I mean, we have sprayed almost all of the backgrounds down now, too. Huh. Spread an entire Olympic swimming pool's worth of liquid on it, out of it on these guys. I mean, everyone in this deserves to be like drowned. It's just sitting there and spraying them every time they try to open their stupid mouths. Just drown them with it while they're horizontally standing up or whatever. So there's got to be something else I need to do here with this. We have to do whatever we need to trigger to go talk to Edgeworth. It's definitely the next premise is we need to talk to Edgeworth about something. What am I missing with you? What am I missing with you? We talked about everything. I've examined everything. I've presented you with everything. Let me see. Here, look at this. What? Okay. What? S-word. What? This list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? I should have come to the evidence room. I wish I could ask him, but you won't let me. I say one thing. Okay. It's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. I don't know what else I'm missing. The note goes with that. Allow me to say one thing. Okay, no, nothing. Date and time of death, February 21st between 4 and 5:30 p.m. Loss of blood from a chest wound. Assessment, wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. Single stab wound was found. I don't know what I'm missing. I legit don't know. I don't know what I'm missing at this point. I feel like it's got to be a weird combination of like 2 or 3 things, or I'm forgetting a button that lets me like mix 2 items in my inventory together or something. I don't know. I mean, we've sprayed the place with luminol. I've examined everything. Is there... Talked about everything. I can't go back and re-examine this. I really wish there was a way for me to like mix items in my inventory so I could use this on the cell phone or something. I mean, I've coded this room. We talked about the Wait, what? How did I... No, 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 wait a second. Wait a second. I specifically remember spraying this down with luminol because of this little thing sticking out. This must not have popped up until after I talked to him about how messy this locker was. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where do you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth Inquiry Committee should be... There it is! Thank God! I'm going to give them my report for the day. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? Why? Yeah, I'm... The one that says nothing but no problems? Bonk the module? Yeah. Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. Yes. Thank God. I was wondering when we can go finally talk to Edgeworth. The route there is insane, but I know how to do it. This is bizarre. I cannot imagine. There's so many of these that got made. How did this series survive the first incarnation? What is he doing here? What? Ah, guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? They're standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. How? So, I want to understand what just happened. Hold on, hold on. So, Edgeworth got out of his committee meeting, and Gumshoe left to come talk to him. So we basically followed Gumshoe to come here and talk to Edgeworth. When we showed up to Edgeworth's place, the bellboy from the second investigation in the first book was here, presenting apparently, or acting as his butler or something. We could not see Edgeworth standing next to the window with a teacup in hand, apparently because we were so distracted by the bellboy. All right. Edgeworth, right? He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening up near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. Okay, this further proves that these two are just dating, by the way. This isn't him trying to console him. This is him asking him, like, hey, do you want to go eat here? They're dating. I don't know if it'll ever be said, but I think they're dating is what's going on. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Alright, we need to talk to you about some stuff, bud. How did the meeting go? So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Okay. First of all, you can't act surprised. We've caught you witness tampering. In the court, we've caught you actively witness tampering. In fact, one of the biggest pieces of evidence of witness tampering was the guy who just left the room who you told to leave out evidence when he was testifying. The man who is your biggest evidence is the one still working for you, you're bringing around, you idiot. You should move him out of the state. Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for tomorrow's trial? Well, I'm still the proceeding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave me control of the investigation over to the police department. Duh? That's who it's for. That's who's supposed to be doing the investigation. Your job is not to collect evidence. Your job is to, like, run a trial against the accused. Why are you gathering evidence? That's not your job. The police department. Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. Nope. I'm gonna keep going. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Gathering evidence because detectives do nothing? Yeah, but still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Okay, well, I got stuff to present you. Hey, bud. How you doing? Do you know anything about this? Right? Please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Oh. Okay. Well, okay, what about this? Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, what's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less? Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. The chief of police? AI-16. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up a half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. The demon of police? Yeah. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of a case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver added to the court record. AI-16. Stubborn as always, I told you this had nothing to do with the current case. Okay. What about the knife? No, you do the case. Oh, okay, wait. We actually needed something here, I think. It has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You better be telling me that the worst memory of your life was when you thought you killed your father. If you're going to tell me that this SL9 incident is the worst memory you have, I'm going to call you a liar to your face. Okay, good. It does have something to do with this. Are you talking about his father's murder in that elevator? Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, can we talk about it then? Okay, allegations of forgery. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. I almost called him Demon Gant. Daman Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then? Wait, I thought we were told that Goodman was in charge of the investigation. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks? How about giving these to the Detective Gumshoe as well? Why aren't you handing these to your boyfriend? Fingerprint set and fingerprint file received. Recover fingerprints from handprints for comparison with fingerprint file. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. We've come across multiple now, bud. You're gonna need to do a little bit better job than that. All right. I guess that's it, then. You know anything about this, right? Please, I'm the prosecutor in this case. You don't expect me to sit here. Maybe if I just show him my assessed evidence. Okay, what about the knife? Oh, pass. Let's see. Sir Edgeworth told him no in a very polite manner. Okay. Alright, I think we're done then. Oh, she's gone. Okay, so how do I use this fingerprint kit? Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Okay, so we have the incident number. The tag says AI-16. That's got to do with... What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? No, because if we're relying on evidence from a completely unrelated thing to break our case, that means our case is super flimsy. And I would like a little bit better evidence than that. Please. Alright, what about this? Cover fingerprints from handprints for comparison. Alright. That is a much less detailed puffball on this once we go into investigation mode. That looks more like a big piece of, like, what is that? What's the food with it's like 4 or 5 balls on a row on a kebab stick? On a shish kebab stick? You know what I'm talking about? There's a food you get at like festivals and stuff that's just like 4 balls on a shish kebab. A dango, yes, thank you. It looks like the last bite of a dango. I mean, that's a rocket pop, but that's pretty close. Or at least it looks like a rocket pop to me. But that's still on a stick, so I'll give you 3/4 credit. How about that, Ika? All right, I guess I will go to the police department. Wait, do I need to go get... Hold on. Underground parking. It's a dango emote, but hard to tell, yeah. Oh, really? It's red, white, and blue, so to me it looked like a bomb pop or a rocket pop or whatever they call those. You know what I'm talking about? You can get them out of like almost every ice cream truck. Or it's vaguely shaped like a rocket and it has red, white, and blue on it. That's what it looked like to me. Hold on. Let me go to the detention center. Can I get a fingerprint from you? Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? I'm sorry. Okay, I can't. He's passing the buck. Okay, I can't get a fingerprint scan from him. There's no one here. We have to go to the police department entrance, and then we can go to the guard station. Oh, he's gone also. Okay. Let's move into the evidence room. Okay, this is where we needed to be. Okay, February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. You mean we were given? Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have the left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit protesting and choose a finger. Well, I mean, the thumb is the most intact one, followed by the index finger, then these other ones get vaguely less. You could probably pull a good print. You could honestly probably pull a good print off of at least these 4, because you gotta kind of get that middle swirl to kind of get a full, to get a good fingerprint, but you can get a partial print off of this. I would say these 3, or these 4, you could probably pull a full print off of. But the thumb looks like the most intact to me. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get the sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Okay. Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. No. Do not blow away the excess. That's what the brush is for. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? No. You've just contaminated the crime scene with your own DNA, potentially. What are you talking about? That's the whole point of the brush, is that you put... Alright. Imagine you blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. So what is the... Can I do... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just coat the whole thing. Yeah. Get it. Yes, apply the dust. Apply all the dust. Let's fully contaminate the crime scene with our spit and all this extra aluminum powder. Yeah. I'm going to turn this into a white hair in winter in a snowstorm painting. Yeah. Teach him a lesson. Teach him about being stupid. Now they're gonna die. The aluminum will go into their lungs and they'll choke to death because there's so much aluminum powder in this room. Oh, you did it. You found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means you were out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Well, there is this. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. A fingerprint outside the blood? I assume we're talking about this? There we go. But this could be anyone's fingerprint, by the way. This might not even be related to the crime. How much more do they want me to... Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that these prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on the evidence locker? Well, considering this is frickin' Gumshoe's locker, probably Gumshoe. Look at that. Look at that. What are the chances? How do I activate the compare? What are the chances? What are the chances? You mean Gumshoe's locker has Gumshoe's fingerprints on it? Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Yeah, what a surprise. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Are you talking about this one? This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using a chemical means. Any print in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So, that means no prints. Wouldn't you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hands. Okay. Like on the... Like... What? Okay. I mean, I guess this will show us whose locker this is. I don't know the relevance. Wait, how does Edgeworth... So Edgeworth has his own locker in here? How does that work? Wow, that actually looks pretty similar to Gant's. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is Marshall's. Okay. Compare them. Comparison complete. Match found. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprint added to the court record. That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in this crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's print. Huh? Luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence? I don't believe it. Why not? You act like you are good friends with this detective. You've known him for like a day. All right. It's really sad to me that the detective in charge of this doesn't know about fingerprinting or know about luminol. That's really weird to me. I mean, I know that we joke about him being incompetent, but my God. There's like shocking incompetency. February 24th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You don't understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear that the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admiral trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred in the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Okay, so Lana Skye? Oh, it's this guy. Okay. I wasn't sure which person they meant from the murder, since there's 2 suspects currently. But they meant specifically the one from the police department murder. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Why does he have the microphone? Get that away from him. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. What? This is some weird generational warfare stuff. What is this? You can't fault them for a lack of enthusiasm. Bonk. This is coming out of nowhere. What has this got to do with anything? Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Oh, okay. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto the others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. So I'm guessing he probably just saw the knife, passed out. In his passed out dream, he fought the assailant. But no, there's video evidence that says that he killed somebody. But wait, wouldn't the video evidence also said he did it in self-defense? So that would undermine him being the murderer? Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Okay, we gotta press him on this, obviously. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I wasn't sure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. But then, what? I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, okay. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 498-9596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 498-9596, it shows as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. So, 25 minutes later, basically? I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to the ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. If you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, then I did it. Hold on. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. What? I see. He must have been desperate? The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. Okay. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Okay. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice, or I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, they took a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like a communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of the murder of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder. Sir, it scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Absolutely not that. There's no way they show that happening in this module. If this was Spec Ops: The Line, I would be doing the murdering with my bare hands, but not in this case. Okay, Blue Badger dancing around. What is this camera angle? The camera must be at like mid-drift height? Ace Ops the attorney, yeah. What? Wait, he has a baton out. That's different. He didn't mention anything about a baton before. What is this camera? Wait, where did the victim go? Wait a second. Is the fake detective outfit that that guy was wearing inside of that locker in the end that had the stuff out of it? That's why it's hanging out, is because he had to throw it in there in a hurry. I think that changed during the video. I think during that last left shift, you could actually see that the shirt was now hanging out. So Officer Marshall was dressed up as Detective Goodman and went into Detective Goodman's locker to get the evidence or whatever, who was interrupted by Meekins here. They fought. Meekins got beat up after being stabbed. And then on his way out, Officer Marshall threw the outfit into his own personal evidence locker. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What? What the heck was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mystery Man. Okay. Can I review that footage again? Hold on. Oh, I can't. We can't do that yet. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Was this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may bring its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. All right, Mystery Man. Okay, now I can look. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. I know it can't, and that's a problem. Why is this one in red? I guess because the blue wouldn't contradict the blue in the background enough? Okay, I want to see. I just need to see a couple of things here. Because when we see him open it, we see the rubber glove fall out onto the ground. Wait. Also, yes, you see that the jacket is inserted into the locker in the back. Wait, if the glove fell out now, why is it laying on the caution tape during the... Yeah, why is it laying on the caution tape during the investigation? Did someone literally pick it up and lay it on the caution tape? Also, what is that knife they're holding? That knife must be another knife. That doesn't look anything like the knife from... the investigation, the switchblade. Huh, okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But can't you know it? Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. Well, there's no question that the other person was a Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face? Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people having seen or not seen it. Since the case can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Eek. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now, please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you were positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. Only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to? Exactly my point, sir, and this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record. What is he about to put into the record? It's got to just be about the locker. The locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir. If I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. It was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. There's a problem with the security video. Yeah, there's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set us up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Okay. BS? Backspace? I want to see if he's wearing gloves when he goes and interacts with the rewind, fast forward, present. Okay, so that will... Okay, right click will also pause and unpause it. So, can I point out... I can't point out that yet, it doesn't seem like. I want to see if he's wearing gloves when he opens this. I think he is. The thing that's strange about this video would be this. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops? Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those blurry eyes. Before eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Oh, what would I do? Play the video again. Very well. Let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. That one pointing his finger at us. We'll now play the security tape, Mr. Wright. Please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Rewind or pause. Yeah, I know. Okay, so he's not wearing gloves, apparently. Okay, enter to fast forward. Okay, so the glove falls out, which is its own contradiction, but we're not worried about that one. He has his weapon out, which is not something he mentioned during his cross-examination. Or during his testimony, I should say. Wait. How do I go? Okay, I guess this is Meekin's blood? Okay, so he slashes the hands. Then Meekin jumps at him and he gets slammed against the thing. Then he gets attacked again. I'm assuming the contradiction is the jacket, but I don't know. The safe is left open. Okay, pause. What about this? The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates that the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Phew. I almost walked right into that defensive trap. I placed him under arrest, sir. Rats, I need to slow down and tackle things one piece at a time. Now, what do I do? I guess play the video again? Okay, so they don't want the contradiction in the fact that that other thing opened. They don't want to do the contradiction that he might be wearing gloves. One thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's go. Let's try it again. I can't stand watching the video. Yeah, let's go. Slap them. Okay, so the guy walks in. Falling glove, I guess? Wait. Wait. I just thought of something else. So, the glove thing has got to be correct. Or at least is correct. I don't know if it's the thing they're looking for. Because remember when we scanned the fingerprint that was on the locker, which also doesn't make a lot of sense, but when we scanned the fingerprint that was on the locker, it had a glove on it. If he was wearing a glove, as indicated by the fact that there's no fingerprint underneath that blood, that means he could not have used his fingerprints to open this locker. So there's got to be a scene in here. Okay, I guess we can try this glove. See if this is it. I think the thing that's strange about this video has to be this. Yeah, certainly, I mean... I'm under... Okay, so it wasn't the falling glove. What am I missing? Also, how do I... Yeah, it's enter to fast forward. No! Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Hit the wrong button. Is it here, maybe? I think that's strange about this video. Play video again. Okay, so if it's not then that I show that he has gloves on, what am I missing? I've found... What, at least 3 contradictions in this so far? That the module refuses to admit is the correct thing? Okay. So he slashes his hand, he grabs onto his shoulder, which puts blood onto his outfit. Now the man's gone. Oh, wait, I can present the court record during this? How is this not the contradiction? I don't understand. Also, it's really weird that they don't show him leaving. Maybe he hides behind the Blue Badger and then waits for the camera to change. Because if he's hiding behind the Blue Badger and the camera goes to this angle, I think I may have seen something, but maybe not. All right, let me know what it is, because I mean... Which one did he open? Which locker did he open? Or which one what? Yeah? So this one? That's the contradiction? Okay, hold on. Okay, there's the blood. There's a bloody handprint on both of these. So you think it's the locker? The wrong locker? I just didn't get to see. Thought it might have changed. Oh, like... No, that looks like it's the same one. No, before? Oh, like at the beginning, you mean? Like the initial one that he opens at the very beginning, you mean? Yeah, okay, let me see. What I'm curious about this, though, is why did they think that Officer Meekins killed this guy? If no body was found and there's no reason to believe that this guy was injured at any point. No, that looks like it's the same one. Maybe the contradiction is Meekins is already holding a weapon out? Maybe. That could be it. I mean, it is likely as anything else. Take that! One second, I use my eyes. I guess not, or I need a better scene of it, maybe? Guess not. We might have to look this one up. It might be so stupid as that. I mean, the problem is I could literally be clicking on the right thing, but we don't have the right frame. And that could be the problem. You know what I mean? There's a lot to go wrong in this situation that I could be clicking on the wrong thing. I'll look it up. Okay, please. Thank you. Because, I mean, we've found multiple contradictions at this point. It's just, I don't know exactly when during the video I need to click on exactly the thing that is the contradiction. So, like, when I clicked on the thing on the end, that last cabinet that got opened, maybe I needed to click on it earlier or later, or maybe I needed to click on, like, the handle specifically as opposed to, like, the middle of it, or maybe I clicked too low and I clicked on the piece hanging out and not on the door itself or something. Like, there's a million little things that could go wrong in this. Because there's the blood from his hand that got onto his jacket. He looks very determined. I'll give him that much. Nothing. He's out cold. So he's got to be hiding behind the Blue Badger. And then when the camera gets like this, he must run past the Blue Badger, run down here, open the other locker, throw his stuff inside, and then run out. And if that's the case, that means that Detective Goodman was probably already dead. And they hid him inside of what's-his-face's car. So I'm assuming what this is it's a team up between... It's a team up between Lana Skye and Detective Marshall to try to do something, I don't know what, because of their involvement with the SL9 incident. It's the falling glove, apparently. Is it? So... okay. Oh, wait, that's the second part? Okay. Go before it opened. Okay. Should be this. Like here? More before? Okay. So like this, where he's on screen? No, the locker. Oh, okay. So this? Oh, the light's already on. The light's already on. That's what it is. Okay. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. The open light is already on. Yes. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. See, this didn't happen, by the way. So he's got a girlfriend, or... What if this is Edgeworth dressed up in an outfit? Is that possible? Could that be Edgeworth dressed up in an outfit? I mean, whoever's in that photo has spiky hair. That could... I think that's Edgeworth in an outfit. I think it's his little recruit dressed up in an outfit. I thought there was something strange with the locker, but I was too tired to point it out. Yeah. Good catch. I mean, I know we had to look it up, but the other problem is it's in black and white, so it's not like these are, like, contradicting on and off very well. Or my brain couldn't pick it out, yeah. Light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yeah, that's a good catch. Yeah, I didn't even notice this. I did not even notice this. This is a weird camera they're using, by the way. It's like a night vision camera, kind of. But, like, set to deal with being in a lit room. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little bit earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. That locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Aww. Order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe there's something like jammed the system's sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Okay, just cut me off. All right, so this is the one with the glove. And that makes sense that the glove was actually caught inside of this. Let's fast forward. It was caught inside of the locker, and that caused the door not to shut properly. Whoop. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. All right. Unbelievable. This part's very slow. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when the doors are opened. I often fall out and roll a great distance when I open my car door, sir. What? We can't be sure. That the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted. Like the glove was blocking the sensor from shutting the door. The white thing that wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. What? Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. The object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to be to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, what do you mean? I think I finally get this figured out. Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? Was it insulator? It was the glove. Extremely thin rubber glove. No, present it. Don't examine it. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. but we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. That video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but this isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so. Oh, he's handcuffing himself to his own lanyard. I was wondering what was going on there. Order, order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man number 2. Okay. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record? I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514, is that of the victim? Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. How did he leave if there's only one entry? What do you mean? Because you mean like how did he leave the room without a second card scan? Because they talked about how you can leave the room without a card, but you can't enter unless you have a card. Yeah, they talked about you can get out of the room without a card, you just can't get into the room without a card. That's why there's only one scan of someone entering and not exiting. The fact that that all the other cameras that are in there, including all 8 of them, didn't pick up any of this or was haphazardly deleted is insane, but all right. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There are only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Mystery Man number 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. My hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. I'd even give the V for the victory sign, sir. Can he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. In the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card, but the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. An ID card is used, there's a record of it. Okay, I mean, I don't know what I need to press here, but let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here? So it is, Your Honor. Okay, I guess we did need to press this. No, not that the prosecutor here. Hey, this must be behind all. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Okay. Don't worry, Phoenix. They were talking about Meekins. Yeah, he's in a blue outfit, too. Earlier, I believe you testified that when asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you? Yes, sir. He didn't show me an ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Huh. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Some other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. This room. One must use the ID card. When ID card is used, there's a record of it. Time of the crime, the detective had to use his card. So... I guess, did we present the card and they said it was found someplace else? I'm wondering if we present the Goodman's ID that was found someplace else, or if we present this Goodman's lost item report. It's only half written, but it's documented on that same day, implying he lost his ID and he was trying to get a new one or something. I'm gonna try his ID card and see what happens. We'll do that one. If that doesn't work, then we'll try the missing item report. Wait, one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed, but it shows that the Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That brings the case. We must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. And something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. Is it going to end well? Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you're gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, The real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. That evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! But that's literally all you have, is that that an eyewitness is your only thing. Yeah, they're trustworthy, kind of, except we already proved in court they have a vendetta against the person they're accusing. And we presented evidence to show that what they said doesn't make sense. And we just proved that they lied about part of their testimony. We've undercut the verification of the reliable witness by constantly contradicting them. I know that the testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor, Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object? Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This combination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I mean, this doesn't prove that Lana did anything. This just proves that there was an incident inside of a police department 30 minutes away. I can't do anything right now, I don't think, so... However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Wright? Or Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. As this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. What? That's not how anything works. You can't tell them no like that. What are you talking about? Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Why, it's none other than Jake Marshall, the detective, or former detective who thinks he's a cowboy. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Would the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything out. Anna? You're the only one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Actively are. Get out of here, you giant gorilla idiot. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Thank you. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? I tried so hard to get rid of him, and they wouldn't let me. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho! You mean this, right? What is this dialogue? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Words? Yeah. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in this case. Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Files from the Joe Drake killings. Solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Drake killings. The Joe Drake? No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere that isn't in this moment. Bye! Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Just sprints off into the distance. Just runs through the door. Doesn't even bother opening it to the courtroom or the court area or whatever. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Grant, and Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to these killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. Okay, I can actually bring up the court record. God, we've got so much evidence on us right now. Can I check this? Okay. Perpetrator Joe Drake, crime serial murderer, sentenced death. Victim Edward Jones, Edith Kirby. Edith Kirby sounds familiar. Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall. So this is his dad or brother or uncle or something. Rachel Moss, Jason Knight. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness Lana Sky, Emma Sky. They're witnesses? Executive investigators Damon Grant and Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. That's all it's telling me. So it's definitely related to Neil Marshall, as it's got to be related to Jake Marshall, the cowboy detective. But I don't know what the other part has to do with anything. If their last name is Sky, I don't know what that has to do with the Joe Drake killings. Okay, I better take a good look at this file. To be continued. Save your progress up to this point? Yes, please. Okay. I guess day 3, part 2? Oh, former and latter. Yeah, the latter part. We still got about 40 minutes left, 45 minutes left, so. February 24th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Court would now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye, and it didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. He is actively drinking whiskey in the middle of the courtroom. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man. Same as you. Wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for a name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. Get over yourself. You're wearing a poncho and you look like an idiot. Move on. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth describe that. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. That's an interesting interpretation of what he just said. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place? Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you... He also has a knife! He can't bring a knife in here! There's no weapons allowed in a courtroom! What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. He actively has a knife in the courtroom. Now stab him. I just walk up there to present evidence and have him read a file, and I take the knife and just stab him in the chest. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Day of the crime. Okay, this should be interesting. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. No, there was no... You were not guarding a cemetery. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. What? I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. What is a bone orchard? How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security cameras monitors. The room's so still. Even time dies in there. I'm just a caretaker. Interred the recordings. You do interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but isn't it going to do him any good? So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Making me rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that I ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules gets in his way. No desperado I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective. You've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time and went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope that this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't like orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I better keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. My job was to keep a wary eye. Okay, I need to up the ante first. So the trump card is Marshall's fingerprints. So what does he mean by unstable jar? Some detectives' prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. I mean, I don't know what... Okay. They said I was supposed to make rounds this 3 times a day. That ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Remember right, I was at the street-side saloon the time it went down. I'm just trying to think what else we can do that... Let me see something. So we still don't know who this was at 4:20 p.m. Do we think the cowboy has his serial number as all 7s? Or do we think that's like Gaunt or something? I'm curious. Remember right, I was at the street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. So I guess I'm just gonna go for the fingerprints now. I don't know what else they want me to do. Okay, present this. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? I think it's the demon, Devil's Luck and Devil's Weed, or was it Devil's Leaf? Oh, okay. That makes sense too. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that's it. Make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Wow, he is wearing cowboy boots. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? Blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Huh? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood-stained and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves? Wait. How do you know that? Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid, although there's no room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural that my fingerprints be in the evidence room. That's because how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean, what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Found on a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker, the print had been wiped. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. One of them just happened to be the same place as the blood-stained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker with where my fingerprints was by chance. The chance of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murderer. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. You didn't know the murderer was wearing gloves. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. What? There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. It is in there, and I can completely prove it. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? His locker? Yeah. Huh? If so, this video is the only direct evidence you have. But that evidence video's next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Show the evidence. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us the incriminating evidence. Okay. Why is this music playing during this, by the way? Okay, one more rotation. Okay, so this time? Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Huh? Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Here we see Grand Commander Meekin taking a nap. I love that he has the bullhorn with him at all times. Doesn't make any sense, but alright. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. Huh? So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Huh? The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Hold your advance lamps? Yeah. This guy just isn't playing. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He's really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. The what? Only assigned detective Prince can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. This? What? Present? A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today to you in this very courtroom. The lockers can only be opened by the detective they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say? Is 8 words or less? Chewing some... I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. Witness explosion? Definitely. He's also chewing on this beef jerky. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. Ole? Ole? What is he now? A bullfighter? Okay, it was Ole. That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was... Wait. I don't... V? Okay, so he was the victim, and I guess K is for killer, which is supposed to be the cop? This is a little misleading. I don't know about... This is a little misleading. He was the victim, I guess. I was trying to... I'm like, well, the obvious one to me would he'd be the red and standing in front of the locker, but I guess Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had an ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it? You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have a hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. Or inside the box this time. As in, I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. You should look for the disguise itself? But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. To stash the disguise in there. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the clothes inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open this locker. I guess because of the blood on the shoulder? He can be walking around bloody or people would notice? That's what my guess is the blood on the clothes. Wow, his plan almost didn't work. He got very lucky. I'm gonna go with the blood. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekin barred in on you. When you asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now. Now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. Okay. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murderer in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I assume we just have to press all these to get more details. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It's going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? I can prove that if you want. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. Okay, first of all, we know that's not true because we've seen that happen and no one was arrested. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID. I stole that morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall? So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight? What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you couldn't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But you could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door? That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I don't think it would make a difference, though. So the security tape is erased every 6 hours. If it all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I can argue. I kind of tempted to bring it out. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Drake was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Drake case. It involved serial murderers, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. I already know. I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. Stole the detective's ID. Wasn't expecting him. Meekins, I knocked him out. Man, didn't want to be caught on the camera. Murder. I can't just forget it doesn't. You know why? I do know why. Because you're related to one of the victims. Present this, please. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Okay. I guess this whole family's into cowboy stuff. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall? He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Oh, okay. He was investigating the murder when Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. So that's who this guy up here with the hat was the brother. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Drake. My brother fought Drake and was killed. That was the first time Drake left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public record. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Drake. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. My brother's too tough to be killed by some serial killer. My brother never lose a knife fight. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Has the same energy as my dad could beat up your dad. Yeah, exactly. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, they entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Uh-huh. The thing that happened by chance never ceased to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murderer in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. One sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one of Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. I completely contested it already, but alright. If you have a response, make it single word or less. Objection! Oh, arg. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Can I redeem hats off to you? Why are you redeeming hats off to me? I don't even have a cowboy hat to wear. Let me put the problematic hat away. The closest thing I have to a cowboy hat is the cat. I felt like it? Okay. This is the closest thing I have to a cowboy hat. So this is what we're going to wear, I guess. I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved of today is true. The apparent murder on the security tapes really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Really? You didn't think about that? Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendants. Hold it. Emma? Your Honor. Wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense, please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Drake killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Goodman's locker? Or Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and I looked at it again. Did you find something? No. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Okay. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. Ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's gotta be I object. There's gotta be a problem with it. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intensely at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. Question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan? Is it the Blue Badger? Is the Blue Badger dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the PD? Is that what it is? It has to be? I don't know what else it could be. Unless it was this, maybe? Huh. Because this was also technically in there. But where did this come from if they said all the evidence inside of the evidence locker had already been stolen? Then what is all this? Is this unrelated somehow? Oh man, is it the Blue Badger or is it this unstable jar? Those are the things we're wondering. Or, no, this was a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. I think it's the handprint on the Blue Badger. The handprint on the Blue Badger? In gray? Alright, we'll give it a shot. I mean, we got a couple of wrong answers, right? Let's present this. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger? Mascot of the police force? Defender of truth, guardian of proof? Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when you put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Huh? Gasp. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Witness explosion? Yeah. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekin was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Also, they passed... Okay. Officer Meekins cut his hand, which was a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. So in this scene, we saw them passing behind this, which implies that this was not up against the lockers. It was, in fact, up against the camera on the other side of the room. This is completely nonsense. They're literally arguing something that's physically wrong. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that it proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Etzler said? Proof must be presented. 427, yeah, that's gotta be it. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? ID card record, please. Present. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card reader. Or record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth? Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. It would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, all 7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777s, all 7s. Mr. Edwards, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7s. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7 belonged to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Definitely the demon. 100% demon. There is one situation in which we can be granted such an authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. Official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep her slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her. To the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She'd be charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7s. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't... I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence... Okay. Not sure what's happening. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, order, order. Order! Laura's remark caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. A riot broke out in court today as the head prosecutor confessed to forging evidence in a serial killer murder in an attempt to convict a serial killer. What is happening? Save your progress up to this point? Yes. Well, we're over 4 hours. I guess we'll save it here and we'll get the reveal next week. Good Lord. This is insanity. My God. All right. Yeah, I'll overwrite this one, I guess. Day 3 investigation. All right, everyone. I think that's a perfect point to call it when we have this huge bombshell about to be dropped on us about what has happened and what is going on. This is the perfect place to call it. We're just getting ready to go into day 3 of the trial, where all the tea is going to be spilled, as the kids are saying these days. Oh my goodness. Exit the module, exit the module. All right. Well, we determined I don't know what happened. We determined that the first murder the murder they thought happened in the room didn't, but it turns out another murder did happen in the room. Turns out former detective, now police officer Marshall, pretended to be the dead detective Goodman, but Detective Goodman was already killed by someone with all 7s as their security badge number. And we're going to get the big reveal next weekend, scheduling-wise. Turns out you can't murder someone twice in the same instant at the 2 times. Yeah. Especially if they're already dead. See, and this again goes back to the fact that the report states that the murder took place after 4 o'clock, as opposed at the 5:15 or whatever that the witness claimed it happened. But yeah, and of course all the lurkers, thank you. You have the Twitch program. We always appreciate you. Anybody who checks the VODs here on Twitch or checks the VODs in the YouTube repository, thank you. It's always greatly appreciated. Those numbers help keep me motivated, so I can really use them right now, so I appreciate that. But I think that'll be it. If you need a well thought out solution, you need a thinking solution. Raven Hillbrook Inc. Thinking Solutions. Ika, you have a good one. Anybody else is here, I hope you have a good whatever you're doing. But that'll be it for me. Yeah, hope to see you all back on Tuesday. Bye.